figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I'll always remember him fondly. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought...
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least...
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh?
Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking, and
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alvin, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alvin. It's just wrong, okay?
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you...
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't...
Are you crazy?
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short... It's that logic that's used to justify slavery. As if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we... If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from...
A world free of sacrifice.
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end.
You bet we can pull it off. We have to.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future. Without... We can do this. Together.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking... Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations.
Before we do that, just...
Kisara has a point.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't...
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right?
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate...
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danon.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the...
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You...
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They were...
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination, as if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting...
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got to...
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so...
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a... And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too.
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden.
Forbidden? What are they?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense...
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being... Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparation... Then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time. Possibly hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble.
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds.
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be...
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a...
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find...
All right. It's not like we're swimming in lake.
Of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble.
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds.
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be...
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a...
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find...
All right. It's not like we're swimming in lake.
Of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble.
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds.
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be...
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a...
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even...
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this?
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crowd?
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Saw to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden? What is it?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me.
Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused...
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Il? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty.
As your lordship wishes. First, Lenegis mutates beyond recognition. Now, the Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I witnessed the deaths of so...
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise.
Never mind. Forget I asked. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them,
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about.
the Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dan? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis...
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how... Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with...
No.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no...
Hold up, what are you getting at?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever...
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a...
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could...
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. What if something were to happen to the city? Like...
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into... But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point...
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganeth Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a...
Then it's decided.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that...
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience.
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of...
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong...
It's still too early to say it.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly...
I'm afraid I don't quite...
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are...
So there is a knack to it! How do you...
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to...
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old...
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just...
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Lal? I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so serious.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld.
But Dohalim was a lord.
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about...
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almate. Now that I think of it, aside from Doha...
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives...
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means...
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective. So...
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis. Then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them, too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, They're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us? Danans.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah!
Seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Gannett Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently.
Yeah, despite the brutality, they're no...
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the...
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what...
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so...
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you
Yeah. I think it's maybe Balsif and the others. They all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying, but at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make... I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust.
What's this thing? There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, in which case the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So...
Hanfricht Milgras, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallit...
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I have an...
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never...
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that...
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland.
And that never struck you as a little bit...
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange...
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things...
True, but Going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where—
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a—
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some—
No use standing around here chat.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was—
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still—
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just—
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renans sure know how to live it up, don't they?
It is something that...
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to Avakir, Faria, and
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria...
He was once my dearest, closest friend. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she was entranced by her playing. I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is...
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundation.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following, and even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After Tarnigan had fallen for Faria, by becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to... But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the...
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think...
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand...
So instead you let her go on hating you. So she...
That's not the same as running away.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden... As for what happened after...
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan...
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many... You saved me. So, try not to blame yourself.
Frank as always, but I shall do my...
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for...
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I... can count.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me.
Easy.
Hey, look! We've got way more animals!
I never imagined Law would have a knack for husbandry.
Makes sense since they're on the same wavelength.
You're making me blush over here.
Law, maybe you should consider what that statement actually means.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalima. Elder Menancia, I command you.
The city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
In a bind?
It's almost too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest. An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Flaming meteor! Inferno cloak!
Look sharp.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Glacial spear!
Pierce
You're mine.
Portal won't save you!
We're not finished!
Blow away.
Finish without a touch! Lightning orb! Raging canyon!
Azure Star!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as... And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few friends...
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back...
I've never seen anything like that.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here. And the soldiers are...
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries.
Dispose of the trash.
Burn in hell.
Tempest work! None shall escape my judgment! These are control rings around us! Time to start! Sleep now!
Let the shock.
Far enough!
The waters of
No further.
Shattering the peace!
Devastation.
Healing from... I never miss!
Make it rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Lightning! Water and
Back to the blade.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Water!
Yeah,
Hear my
and
call!
bubbling to me.
Work!
Coming through. Ha! Melt. Scarlet Inferno.
There!
Not a chance.
This one's mine!
Now you see what I can do!
All stuffed up!
You're mine.
Lightning!
Raging
Raging cascade! Seal!
Devastation.
Stockpile!
Piercing
Piercing the fray! Steel
Take
force!
this!
Here goes! Searing flame! Reload!
Ready. The fill.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
We're in for a long slog with this one!
Burn. Divine wind.
Will this help?
Searing gale.
Going in!
As if the normal creepy crawlies are disgusting
Here I
enough.
come.
I owe you
Ready.
Not on my watch!
Blew away. Try harder. Thanks.
Lightning! Raging storm! Cloud flight! Reload! Water! Razor cyclone! Ready to go!
Try harder.
Like astral energy tornado!
This one's
Now you
mine!
see what I can do!
Plenty left!
Purge malevolence! Healing
Shock.
big waterfall!
Here's the roll! Blood! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Ignite. Blast the shock.
Piercing roll!
Healing circle!
Searing gale.
Take
Pull
this!
myself together! Searing
Take
flame!
this.
Razor cyclone!
Blew away.
Will this hurt? Here goes!
Can't get out of this!
I'm gone!
Lightning
Take
orb!
this.
Plenty left!
Raging cascade!
Far enough!
Devastation.
Healing
Gale!
Air blast!
Devastation! Magic blade! No more playing nice! Ninja blade! Not in your dreams!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Hey, right here!
Blow away! Blade inside! Yours to be let free! Eat dirt!
This one's mine!
Lots of stuff!
Sleep now.
Searing gale!
Here's a healing saving this one. First aid! Too shy to come over? Here, natural energy! More where that came from!
Lots of stuff!
Will this help? Switch
In a
off!
bind?
Here, let me help. First aid!
Blade, come on! You have to hold on!
Lightning! Let them
You're
launch them a
mine!
little
Look
bit.
sharp!
That'll bring you down.
Strike!
I'll bring you back.
You made me angry!
The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Resuscitation!
You're mine!
Will this help? I still have the sightless in me. Healing circle! Thunder blade! Illuminate!
Finish up!
Come over!
Roll away! Here I come!
Into the corridor!
You're finished!
Going in!
Take this!
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Out of our way!
Pieces!
Oh my lord! Lots of stuff! I'm going in! Engaging! My shield? This one's all mine! Burn in hell! Lots of stuff!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Not on my watch.
Catch him!
I tornado!
This is looking good!
Release! That'll bring you down. Feel. Go for it!
No further.
I'll bring you home. This one's mine. Healing circle.
Now you see what I can do!
I owe you
Now,
one.
Stoling! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
Lightning Lord! I'm gone. Came between
You
my
can
feet.
never fight.
Away! Lightning!
The enemy wields our
We're not finished!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here's a healing arc!
Now! Take this!
Inferno! Arctic waterfall!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Gotta break through! You got spirit!
Far enough! Wind astral energy! Gemini
Can't get out of
Aqua!
this!
Mega ray! They really don't give up, do they?
Now you learn!
Meteor!
The flame inside me yours to be let free!
Here goes! Breeze laser! Dance in
Lots
the
of
wind!
stuff!
Air thrust! Here, let me help! Photon blast!
Searing gale!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here's a healing arc!
No!
Hurricane strike! First aid! Light astral energy!
Ready and ready!
Air thrust! With this, I can become even stronger!
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is some...
I won't forgive you!
Take this!
Falling storm!
on!
Heavy flare! Fury! Piercing roar!
Eat this!
Don't get it! I think I'll pass on the hand. I'll heal you all! Dazzling spin! Shining healing
Searing
arrow!
gale!
Time to shine! Dance in the wind! Hear my call! Feel!
Appreciate the help.
Red! I'll be glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Take
Magic
this!
is them!
This one's
This
mine.
one's mine!
Devastation!
Lightning strike! Thunder! This one's mine!
Raining flash!
Rain flash! My jump!
You're mine!
Blade one! Popular!
Raining
Not in your
flash!
dreams!
Not today!
War! Here!
Severing wind! Searing gale!
Take this! Glacial power won't save you! No, Tiger Blade!
You're mine!
Take this! Idiot!
You're mine! It's over! Blow away!
Attain between heaven and earth.
You're mine!
Wailing
Inferno crossing!
Devastation!
In here!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Thanks so much! Here goes!
Plasma shot!
Reload! I'm drinking ore!
Flaming meteor!
Searing gale!
More where that came from! First aid! Lightning condensed! Thunder blazing storm! Between heaven and earth!
Take this!
Tornado!
Plasma shot!
Here, let me help!
It's showtime!
I'm drinking
Flaming
ore!
meteor! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Good! I'll leave it to you!
Interrupted! Hurricane strike!
I'll smash you!
20 left!
Blow away!
I never miss!
Try harder! My turn! No escape! This one's all mine!
Make it rain!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
We can really make weapons with it?
Little help! You all!
You're mine! Severing wing!
Nothing gets by me!
Burn it! Plasma shot!
Hurricane strike!
Rising Phoenix!
Searing flame! Raging
Will they
cascade!
turn up?
Here I come! Try harder! My
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
plasma shot! This one's all mine! Ignite!
This is it!
Lunar Rondo! Devastation!
Now we're never...
Vanquish darkness!
Judgment spin!
Can't get out of this!
Annihilation!
Here I come! It's showtime!
Here's a healer! Divine strength!
Save
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
A comfortable win.
I'll do my best!
You're mine! Bring him down!
Take this!
Plasma shot!
Lunar blast! If you won't handle this, then you leave me no choice!
Tiger Blade!
Lunar Inferno! Illuminate the dark!
Now or never.
Holy Crimmer!
No escape!
Holy
Take this!
Do it! Dopamine!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Citizen! Here, let me help.
No chance!
Going in! I never miss!
You're mine! Shoot us!
Water
Here's the horse!
Reload!
Take this!
Here's a healing art!
Take this! There!
Dance in the wind! Radiant!
Ignite!
Anything you want is all
mine! Searing gale!
Do it!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Here's a healing
No.
art!
Devastation!
Not in your dreams!
Take this! I can carve through armor!
Searing Tempest!
Inferno!
Do it!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
No chance! Back this one's all mine! Eat this!
Judgment spin!
Make it
way!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
I can feel my power growing!
I won't forgive you!
You're mine!
I
see one, eh?
Chain between heaven and earth.
Take this!
A wailing Dancean lightning!
You're mine! Let's go! Take that! You'll finish!
One more and I'll turn out. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
You're mine!
This one's mine. Inferno Club!
Devastation!
This one's mine.
Start up!
By the power of Release!
Not today! No more stuff! Searing Gale! Take this!
Now!
My turn!
Going in! I'll heal you all!
Vacuum Blade!
Not in your dreams! Healing Circle!
Fair
enough! Thanks, Siren Instant!
You're mine!
Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more! Not a chance!
Thunder!
Step back. This one's all law.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other.
So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did it?
That person Alphen was speaking to.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris.
She really does look like Shion.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly?
It was a conversation we had 300 years.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode.
But how is that even possible?
No.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of...
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral... For all we know, perhaps we're close...
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion.
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was...
Yeah, there's certain...
What about you?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's like reliving painful episodes from your...
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what the...
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Not that I'm complaining.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen. In here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control Zoogles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zoogles, then we get some answers. Aim for the weak spot.
Inferno!
You're looking good. I owe you one. Blast the shock! You're mine! Blast the shock!
Going in to pull myself together.
Now we're not Lunar!
Can't get out of this!
Eat dirt! Blast the shock!
Ready to go!
Searing gale!
Hurricane Raging Storm! Healing Circle! Celestial Runner!
Shattering!
Freezing Storm! Illuminate the Storm! This way! Confiscated! A chain between heaven and earth!
Ready to
A
die!
wailing dancy of lightning!
Meteor! This one's
From
on
here!
our
Lunar blast!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
No. Got it! I'll leave it to you! Blast the shock!
Pull myself together! Freeze Lantern! Dance in the wind! Will this help? This one's mine!
Raining slash!
Healing Circle! I never miss! Crescent Moon!
Make it roll! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Radiant Light! Here!
Raining slash!
Anything in armor is all mine! Celestial!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Vanquish the corruption!
Meteor! Now we're not...
Now you see what I can do!
Divine Strength!
Burn!
Finish without a trail!
Let me help.
Searing gale!
Ready! Raging
Take
Cascade!
this!
Explosion!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Not in your dreams! I'm almost impressed! I said almost. Don't get carried away.
This one's mine.
Ignite!
Hurricane Foot!
Here it comes. Focus.
On your toes, everyone! Hurricane Foot! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark!
Here I come!
Holy Glitter!
Try harder!
It's go time!
Annihilation!
Armor won't save you!
By the power
You're
of
mine!
flame! Finish without raging storm! Celestial Hurricane Foot!
Can't get out of this!
I've frozen! This one's mine!
Here I come!
That'll bring you down!
Crush! Ready to blast!
Will this help? Lightning Condemned! Thunderblade! Healing Illuminate the dark!
Blast the shock!
Holy Glitter! Here goes! Holy Land!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! A whirling day of lightning! Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is...
Thank you.
He seems like a good...
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hire, but that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that...
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I...
You can't I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of forgiveness, acceptance...
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living, not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference.
That's what living's all about. Being able to... Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain...
Only fixing the problem in its stead.
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for your...
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the...
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way.
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment...
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing...
It does tell us one thing, at least. Someone here in Lenegis is what...
There's no question.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing.
So, everything we just saw, those were...
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns.
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorn. No, more than a link. Perhaps...
I've never felt astral energy so powerful.
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, if so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energies...
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more...
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theory.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it...
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these... And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if...
I'm sorry about what I said earlier.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn that I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever, I'm determined to save Shion and Dana.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant...
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something.
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow...
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral...
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us...
The strength of their intent. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new...
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams.
It's off limits even for lords, then?
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place, whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the—
Did no one ever talk about it when you were
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly—
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority. Grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renan. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were— But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the—
Well, can you make—
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and the creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized— Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only Sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's
What about the data records?
Not that I can see. Just file upon... There's nothing here about who's behind all this. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able...
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign.
Volron as well.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? Was there really no other way?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't...
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it. Before you ever got that...
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on...
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you...
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Elfin.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori...
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her,
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive
Now that you know how she felt, how do you...
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, Naori was the one who put that mask on me. It made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, the spirit channel. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now.
I know it's difficult, Alfin, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Elfin to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
is this another memory? No, it's different this time.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Elfin's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power.
lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just... Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the... By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have...
We have a Maiden in Soft. Now all we need is the Renis Alma. And we'll finally be able... Xion.
It's possible?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, We can't be sure the same thing won't happen again.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved. Just hearing there's the slightest chance.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the...
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Rennis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and...
Yeah, we can protect the world.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound.
And they say...
Miracles just seem to follow wherever...
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Thank you. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control. She stopped my rampage. But then, that power she'd sealed away was... I'm so sorry, Shion.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony. And Naori's attempt to stop... You paid a heavy price for it. And then fell asleep for 3... The reason you lost your memory...
Is the reason for your...
The thorns.
It all leads back to them.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that... No, the truth is... I think maybe about a life without my thorn. The touch of my family. Holding hands with Rinwell. Or giving Law embracing all the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could Is it really okay for me to believe it? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end?
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, it's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up, and it's for my sake.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you.
Good. We'll keep on fighting. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less, from the sound of things.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The one separating the Renans from the Danans.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first...
You inherited that legacy. Her wish...
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can...
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it.
We'll find the Rennis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here?
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alpha.
This is it, guys. Time to...
We're a long way from the residential quarters now.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place...
Except the Danon astral energy feels even...
In a portion of the city reserved purely for...
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference... Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles.
Hold up, decadence?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Wind!
Hurricane flight!
Searing gale!
Rain! On guard!
No further!
I'm going to use all the power of Hurricane flight! On guard!
Here I come!
Resurrection!
Ready or not! I'll smash you!
Lightning on!
Plasma system!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
You picked the wrong fight!
Hurricane flight!
Plasma shot!
On guard! Here's a healing art!
Take this! Plasma shot!
This well! Into the power of light!
Here I come!
I will heal you all! Will this hit? A change between heaven and earth?
Down!
You're a wailing density of lightning! Look sharp! I never miss!
Take this!
How about
Plasma
this?
shock!
Here's a healing art! 1,000 gales! Carry your rain!
Meteor!
Gusty nail! Something special!
Burn!
What was that?
Ready and rare!
Dance in the wind! Don't leave me! Venom here!
Here I come!
A wailing density of lightning!
I owe you one.
Handle it!
Blow away!
Inferno!
Ready or not!
Radiant!
Blow away!
Here, let me help! Lunar Flame!
You're mine!
Hurricane Flight!
Radiant
Not in your
Flash!
dreams!
Lightning condemned!
Blow away!
Illuminate the dark!
Prepare to be sealed!
Holy land!
Take this!
A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing steel lightning! Steel! Tiger blade! I'll be saving you! Inferno cluster! I'll heal you all!
You picked the wrong fight!
Healing ready and ready! Appreciate the help! I don't even know the word defeat!
I'm not done!
I
can carve through
Razor Cyclone! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Another one that'll bring you down!
Will
this help? Raging Storm! Here goes! Blows! Healing Circle! Far enough!
Take this!
Not on my watch!
No further!
Inferno Cluster! This one's mine! Inferno Cluster!
Burn in hell!
The waters of creation! Magic is there! Fire away! This one's mine!
Raining!
Take this!
You're finished! Raining flash!
Illuminate the dark! Come
I'm not done!
chain between heaven and earth! Glacial speed!
Normal is all mine!
Meteor!
See what I can do!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art. Sorry, win.
Prepare to be sealed!
Sweet now.
Blow away!
More for the
Raining flash! Blow away!
Let me out. Holy
Plasma
land!
shock! Burn!
I can do this all today.
Plasma shock!
I'm ready to go.
Here I come!
Denied. Water, hear my call. Hear my
Blow away!
Hear my Frozen red. Take care. This one's mine.
Stay away from my friend!
More
Raining
from
flash!
death's abyss.
Blow away! Blow away!
Show you what my art can do.
Strike!
Guardian field. Between heaven and earth.
Shattering
Away
the
with the lightning.
Attack touch! I owe you one.
Shield and
Take this!
Hurricane Squad.
Here I go! Burn!
Raging cascade. Here,
Blow
let me
away.
help you. Heart steel.
See what I can do! I don't have much left!
Inferno crossing. Raging
No
storm.
further!
Here's a healing
Blow away!
First aid. Time to shine. Lightning. Raging cascade.
Raining flash!
Meteor stream.
Blow away!
Magic is there. Far enough. Gemini field.
Flame inside me! You're
I'll be waiting this
Burn
one.
in hell!
The waters of creation.
Raining flash!
Tidal wave.
I owe you one.
Flaming meteor.
Raining
Inferno
flash!
crossing. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Lightning. Raging cascade. First aid.
Appreciate that.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am...
Are you two okay?
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women.
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma.
Whatever's stolen from us, We'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's...
So this thing over on Rena,
They have the Renasolma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena...
Then we're agreed.
But seriously,
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women,
tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually...
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through.
so what were they then?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen...
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them.
unfortunately they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though?
Both sound plausible to my ears.
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Now you'll learn! Try harder!
I won't fight just for the sake of it.
Bring him down!
What the... When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir.
Avakir filled me in about...
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being...
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make?
Stop casting me off, just for once.
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim...
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but...
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before...
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldamen and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the...
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possible...
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time.
But...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria...
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You?
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, but not as your sovereign, nor as a leader, the likes of which the people here are used.
But...
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, one in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things like... oh, I don't know.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just... Besides, with you leading the people here...
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be? After the second chance that I've... From this day forth, I shall... Though the memories of the departed shall...
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not
True enough. Whatever would I do without you?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands... We should be heading back to the ship. Looks like... the people of Lenegis can...
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps...
You, a Renan Lord.
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, a Lord, and yet my first instinct was to play...
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so,
even if it means stumbling along the way, if it's on a road of our own choosing, or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me.
Why ask me now? What is it? But... yes, I have.
So basically since the very start of our journey, then.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. If my brother could see you...
Not as proud as he would be...
Well then, just as well it's not a competition.
Kisara? Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't...
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. But now, he's finally beginning to spread...
So, then...
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good, and... It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my...
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her...
A pretty big child.
All this has made me realize I can't allow my... If Dohalim can forge his own path...
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Have you guys checked? her equipment lately?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong...
So what? We're just stuck inside here?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and...
Law, calm down!
Right.
It's still too early to give up.
Alphen.
Ah!
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or the...
Perhaps. Someone brought us here.
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile.
Hey!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh...
No, I'm the one who should apologize.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your...
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as lonely?
It's fine.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're...
I appreciate that until I get rid of these thorns. I guess I'll have to put up with it. Maybe it'll be soon. Maybe it...
Yeah, just hang in there.
What the? Are you out of your...
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to...
Yeah, but seeing you act all...
Oh.
Staying alert is important, but too much...
I still can't get over what we saw happening.
Yeah, our plan...
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana. Still, though, I never would have...
Beats me. I have absolutely
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies, but to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest.
Dohalim.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena.
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they...
Try to stay calm. With so many What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't...
This place looks a lot like that room.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that. Just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil.
The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden...
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit...
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast... That is why we turned to...
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient...
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original...
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to...
I did. It is in your best interest.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse, if nothing is done about the Great Spirit.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning?
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems.
Vengeance?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit.
You mean...
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer...
Others?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasol.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right?
To be honest, The conversation went on for so long, I'm not...
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana?
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana complete.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to...
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what it's gained.
Right.
There is one other thing. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long...
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 30...
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since...
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to... But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird...
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevric 30?
Yes. I couldn't... We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time...
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire...
And you've been working for Hevric 35?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even...
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral...
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any... I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans...
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other...
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you...
I mean, sure. I was surprised when I first found out about...
Hevric 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though.
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship...
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or... After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage...
Thank you for answering. Can we talk to you for a few?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift.
So please, tell us what you know about the Hell...
You mean the Overseer species?
Well, for starters...
Where else?
From Rena? Wait, are you...
Of course not. There's really no such thing as...
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the...
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their...
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil... In essence, we were created to carry on the... They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts, and that's why we, as their descendants, can all cast art.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astro...
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is... They have these tiny machines that are practically...
Enough! You needn't...
How can you speak so calmly about all...
I guess I can see how when viewed in a certain... But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets.
I see.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelations...
And let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channel?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know...
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to cipher...
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be...
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was... The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the... To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system...
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, a new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work. Its success was dubious.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that's...
Flower? Oh, that thing. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely...
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is...
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my... Are we done talking now? If it's all the...
He talks like the potential end of the world is just...
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside...
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Hell...
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe in.
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never...
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured...
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to...
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is...
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in it. Why don't we all take some time to think things over?
That's a good idea. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, because it's not just Dana on the line, but... So let's go ahead and break off. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and...
I'll go along with you.
Sounds good.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit... a line.
Helganquil!
Guess that woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Take this!
Tiger Blade! Hurricane Blade!
Prepare to
The power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Let me show you what my
Astral Art?
That's my cue.
Dragon!
Shut him down!
Violent Guardian Wind.
Can't get out of this!
You got company.
Burn!
Now, Mikara, go for it.
Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it?
My turn!
Not by a long shot.
Confiscated.
Their arts were interrupted.
Do it. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Here, let me help.
Water rain.
Dragon!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Cyan instant.
Lava shock!
Tempest Squall. Annihilation.
Searing gale!
Gemini
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Hey, Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Yeah!
Nice technique!
You picked the wrong fight!
Raging cascade.
Is it in the sky?
In a vine?
On guard!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Mirage!
A wailing
Where are
beat
you
of
going?
lightning.
You're finished! It exploded?
Don't get caught in the blast!
Now.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting.
How does... Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now,
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries, at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it. I have a bad feeling about this.
Thanks, Tia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
These ones can run rings around us.
Nothing gets by me!
Now, through all!
Far enough!
Prepare to be sealed, O police
between heaven and
Actually,
earth.
perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Let's talk some more doom.
I'll take you all on!
I do.
Here I come! Lightning meteor!
Now or never.
Now, through all!
Take this!
Crossblade! I'll heal you more time! Let me feel what my art can do. I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Here I come!
Will against your lightning.
Form!
Keep moving. Let's get you all tucked away.
Here I come!
Gemini Aqua. Breaking storm.
Rain strike! Throw away!
Celestial.
Now or never.
Make it rain! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Not a chance!
Dance Let's give it a whirl.
I'm gone! Blew away!
Hurricane
Plasma shock!
Living your dream.
Take this! Here I come!
Inferno
Stun up! Devastation! Still!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Severing wind!
Hear my call.
Now you see what I can do.
My spell.
They're surrounding us.
Pesky
airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Dragon Swarm!
Hey, I'm here!
Prepare to be sealed!
Thanks, Shion.
Take this!
Hurricane Strike!
I owe you one!
This one's mine!
Blew away! It's over!
Look sharp! Freeze Lancer!
Blew away! Win! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Stardust!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Devastation!
Here's a healing arc! A chain between heaven and earth! This one's mine! A wailing
The flame
dancing
inside me
lightning!
yearns to be let free!
Divide ready!
Escape!
Going in!
Devastation!
In here!
It's over!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Raging
Not a
cascade!
chance! Burn!
Shattering of
Severed wind! Take this!
Make it
We
break!
turn the tables to more Suko?
Keep calm and take them down! Do it! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Think we over...
My turn! Take this!
Dance in the wind! Bring you down!
Stardust!
Sleep now! Wait!
Take this!
Let me show you what my art can do! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Here, let me help. Look sharp! First aid! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Blew away!
Freeze
Lightning
Lancer!
blast!
Will this help? Where are you going?
Struck!
Inferno pulsing! Wind action!
Burn!
Here's a healing arc! Seal!
You're finished!
I never miss!
Take this! Raining blast!
This one's mine!
Blow away!
Take this! Burn up! Now, get toasty!
Burn strike!
Reinforcements incoming! Not a problem!
Devastation!
This one's mine!
Armor won't save you!
I owe you, Theon. Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
It's over!
Here I go!
Blow away!
Now! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory!
Take this!
Naturally!
Devastation!
Here's the evil!
Burn! Prepare to be sealed!
Freeze Lancer! Cross blade! Chain between heaven and earth!
Tiger blade! Explosive ray!
Now!
Internally! In an instant! Impact block!
The chain between heaven and earth!
You're mine! Not
A
today!
whirling dancing of lightning! Healing circle!
Dragon Swarm!
Here I go!
No further!
This one is mine! Savior! Dance in the wind!
Make it rain!
Kitara frozen!
Hammer!
Lightning can
More?
escape my
You're
judgment!
mine!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Blow away!
A wailing
You're
dancing of
finished!
lightning! Radiant
Dragon
shield!
Swarm!
I'll be saving Glacial Spear! Pierce the evil!
Denied!
Coming through!
You're mine!
Freeze! Hurricane strike!
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Theon actually look flustered.
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lightning
More? Devastation!
Stardust! Not on my watch! Hurricane strike! On guard! Where are you going? Shield and
Dragon Swarm!
Hurricane strike!
Now or never! Explosive ray!
Now! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
I'll heal you all!
Not a chance! Stardust!
A chain between heaven and earth! Now!
Run!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done! If it's in the sky, it's mine! This one's mine!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Do it! Kitara frozen!
Hammer!
I'll heal you all!
My turn!
I need to be stronger.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourself around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Shooting star! Healing circle!
Dragon swarm!
Look sharp. I owe you one for that.
Insects stay all year round. Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle!
Make it rain!
All yours!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Not
Denied!
Stardust! It's on! Ignite! Devastation!
Mega ray!
Here I come!
Make it rain!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right
In a
beside you! Security!
It's on! Severing wings!
Going in!
Blow away!
Mind if I do? Going in!
Raining slap! You're mine!
Hear my call!
Blow away!
Breaking storm! Burning
Raining slap!
Glacial Vivian!
Here's evil!
You're finished!
Hurricane
Raining slap!
Shining!
Blow away!
Shattering the hurricane! Attack time! Going in!
Blow away! Eat dirt!
Make it rain!
I think I'm getting stronger.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I can carve through! Any more of this and I'll burn out!
Time to go! By the power of flame! That'll bring you down!
Can't get out of this!
All disasters made one! Come forth! Healing security!
Try this!
Hurricane strike! Radiant storm here! Now!
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Did it!
Yeah!
My turn!
Nice
Here's a
technique!
healing arc! Big
Strike
rain!
line! Far enough!
It's on!
Aw, too shy to come over?
Too fast!
Here, let
Stand
me
back!
help.
I'll trip it up!
Coming through!
Dragon Swarm!
On guard!
Crackle shot!
Here's a healing arc! Shooting star!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc!
Here I come!
Not much longer to go!
Come on, one final push!
Let's do this together,
Look sharp!
No escape!
Reload! Lightning bolt! Cyan instant! I'm on
Take this!
Make it rain!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
There! Well done!
My turn!
Going in!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll do everything I can with this power.
Make us proud, Alphen.
Yeah, we're counting on you.
I guess I am too. A little.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
I can carve through armor!
Here, let me help.
Eat dirt!
How do you like being pounded into
Dragon
shape?
Swarm!
That's not even
Prepare
fair!
to be seen!
Radiant all disasters
Explosive
made one!
ring!
Come forth and we will bring you down!
Too fast!
Stand back. Trip it up.
Right up the door!
Here I come!
Can't get out of this.
Ready to go!
Reload!
The earth throbs in pain.
Flame of
Dragon
fury!
Make it
Swarm!
rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Take this! Not today! Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer!
Blow
Lunar
away!
corruption! The chain between
In a
heaven and
bind?
earth!
We did it! No, we
Where
can't!
is bounty on lightning? Gemini Alpha!
Not like this!
Stay away from my friends! Thrust!
Ready and ready!
Don't mind if I do.
You're mine!
Now you see what I can do!
Fire astral energy! By the power of water! Lightning can
It's over!
Illuminate the dark!
Raining!
Come forth, holy
I'll bring you back from death
Put
and
the
heaven and
marksman
earth.
handle! That'll bring you down!
Escape!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I'll bring you back from death to
You're mine!
Raining Resuscitation! I'm healing walls!
Raining slash!
This one's healing circle!
Take this!
Hurricane shooting! Here goes!
Here I come!
Hurricane foot!
Blow away!
This one's show you what my arts can do!
Raining slash! Can't get out of this!
Guardian field!
Plasma
I'm
shot!
ready to go! I'm going to need you to
Not done!
to accomplish this!
Plasma shot!
Not like this!
You'll pay for that!
Freezing storm! Came between
Burn in hell!
A wailing
Dragon form!
Here
Try
goes!
this!
You back from death to bid!
Explosive ring!
Don't mind if I do! Resuscitation! Here's a healing arc!
Plasma shot!
Wait!
Right up the front!
Now we're not ready.
I let my guard down.
No further! Plasma shot!
Struggle. Blah, blah, blah. Magic. I'll bring you back
Take
from
this!
death to bid.
Blow away! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll bring you back from death to bid. Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and... shiny mood. These structures don't look like anything built by the Rena. Or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps...
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me!
These things really get on my nerves.
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for you truly. I can't heal you forever.
Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Blow away! Raining shot! Here I come!
Take this!
Lunar correction! We managed to turn the tide!
For now. But things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert.
Freeze down! Raining shot!
Take that!
Blow away!
Hurricane healing circle! Illuminate the Nazgul!
Dragon swarm!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Do it! Hurricane launch!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Raging cascade!
My turn! Here I come! You're mine!
Take this!
It's over!
On guard!
Raining flash! Burn in hell!
On guard!
Blue escape!
Going in! Mega ray! Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Now!
Where are you going?
Blow away! Raining slash! Dragon swarm!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Now!
Grim up!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I got it.
Got what?
I can chop up vegetable scraps and use them in the seasoning.
I don't know, and that's what it was gonna be about.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
None shall escape my
Come one, come all! It's on!
How about this? You picked the wrong fight!
I don't have much left.
Searing gale!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Oh, now you see what I can do!
Glacier Spear! Here's evil! Falling storm!
Take this!
I'm ready! Holy Laser Blade!
Take this!
Plasma shock!
Giant Instant!
This one's all mine!
This one's mine!
No! Can't end here!
Tiger Blade! This one's mine!
Plasma
This
shock!
one's mine! None shall escape your dreams!
Take
May a
this!
thousand gales
Take
tear
it
you to
off!
shreds! Red! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that is the case.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
This one's tough! You picked the wrong fight!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
I'm not done!
Let's show one up. Holy Resurrection!
In a bind?
A chain between heaven and earth. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
No,
now!
it's time to end this battle!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Lightning condemned!
Like this time!
Reload!
Ignite!
Make it rain! Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shot.
We're in for a long slog with this one. Oh, too shy to come over?
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Nothing gets by
It can hide itself? Amazing! Raining blast! No escape!
Let me help.
Blow
That'll
away!
bring you down.
Raining blast!
Can't get out of anything in order!
Their arms were
Be careful not to overdo it.
You picked
One summon.
Appreciate the help. Hurricane This one's mine.
explosive ring!
Will this help?
Now you see what I can do!
No more
without
Miss
the pain.
Nice Girl! A chain between... I can't hold on much longer!
Raining slash!
Need to pull
Blow
myself
away!
together.
up.
Take this!
Feel it! Stop! I'll heal you all!
Blow away! Raining weapon!
Here's a healing art! First aid! Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth!
No further! A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Here I
Get
come!
on in there with ready!
Blow away!
Here I go! Just the spin! Illuminate the dark!
I've taken too many hits.
Let me help!
You make me angry. That was a bad idea.
Right, it's go time!
All right, let me out. Let's keep up the
Now you
pressure.
see what I can do!
You did. You're on.
That'll bring you down.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
I'm going to use all the power of my
This one's
Prepare
mine.
to be sealed!
Arctic waterfall!
Can't get out of this! My turn!
Pull myself together.
I can handle it.
Here's evil!
Denied.
Freeze land!
This one's all mine!
Will this one end?
Blow away!
Luna
Burning slash! Ignite!
Do it! Lock!
Demons descend! Flashing bang! We won.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Rise and shine!
Their hearts were interrupted. Inferno crossing.
Win! That buzzing is driving me mad! Here I come! We've got flyers!
I've got
Okay,
this!
here I
Let a
come!
marksman handle it!
Armor one! All yours! Take this!
Here's the evil! Don't mind if I do!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! Do it! Lock!
Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Will this help?
Now! You're mine!
Far enough.
I'll heal you
Take
all!
this! This one's all mine! Burn in hell!
Piercing roar.
Can't get out of this!
I owe you one for that. And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Try this!
Gemini Ultra! Dazzling spin!
Here's a healing art!
Blow away!
Hang strike!
Raining
Dance with the wind! Lunar blast! All knocked out! Annihilation!
Blow away!
Lightning! Downfall!
Water snake wait! Show me what my arts can do!
Here I come!
Take this!
Here's a
Blow
healing
away!
art!
Armor won't save you!
Water
Blast
dance!
lift up!
Not to pieces!
This one's all mine!
Here's Inferno!
We did it! My turn! Burn in hell!
Holy
Water!
Hear my call!
Here goes! Spread!
Great glacial spear! Here's Tidal Blade!
Not on my watch!
Dragon Swarm! Blast lift
Leave
up!
the charges! Make it rain!
Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Water! Hear my call! This
Come
one's denied!
forth! The helix of
Blast lift up!
evil! Freeze
Here I come! You're finished! Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate this one's mine!
That'll bring you down! This one's mine!
Blow away!
Make it rain! This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash! I've still got a ways to go! Brace yourselves! This one's tough! No further! Here I come!
Tie the shot! A world is surrounded without a trace!
Flaming meteor!
You picked the wrong fight!
Inferno
Dragon
crossing!
Swarm!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Will this help? Go forth! Illuminate the
Here's
sun!
the
Come forth! Holy power! Holy land! Lunar corruption! Between heaven and earth! By the power of water! A wailing Banshee lightning rain! Divine tidal wave! Dance in the wind! There you go! Don't let up!
Take this!
I'm on!
Okay! Ignite!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Make it rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Good to know my training is paying off. Bad feeling about this. Going in! That'll bring you down!
You're finished!
You require a
Take
As
this!
if the normal creature crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
My turn! This one's all mine! Not today!
Ready and ready!
Dragon Ball!
Don't let up!
Try this!
Explosive
ring!
Save you!
Sleep now. Let's get you all tucked away.
Denied!
My astral energy!
Not a chance!
Shield! Their arcs were interrupted.
Easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Don't mind if I do.
Here I come!
Hurricane Strike!
Going in.
Illuminate the dark! I'll heal you all! Holy land!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
I'll heal you all!
Here I come!
Hurricane Strike!
Healing Strike!
You're mine!
Glacial Fire!
Divine Fire!
Going in.
I never miss!
Take this! Ready? Take this! Can't get out of this!
Healing Illuminate the dark!
away!
Daring Flame! Holy
I'll
land!
smash you!
Hear me! Blood
Okay,
of
here I
fury!
go! Take this!
Mega Ray! Annihilate!
Far enough.
Let me show you what my raging
Glacial
can do!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
We'll go in!
You're mine!
Dazzling Spin!
Healing Circle!
Burn in hell!
Dazzling Spin!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you do.
Prepare to be seized!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. This one's tough, but we have no choice.
I
Let me know if you need healing.
Illuminate the dark!
Take this!
In an instant!
You're mine!
Holy
Here I come!
Save you! Here, let me help! I've taken too many hits!
Strike!
Hear me!
Where are you going? What would I do without you?
Here I come!
Going between heaven and earth. None shall escape my shot. A wailing banshee of lightning. In here.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah.
And probably to me. Take this.
Look out! Lightning orb. Will this happen? Let's go.
Blow away!
Hurricane flash. In here. I'll be
Need to pull myself
It's
together.
on! Burn
And
it
just
hell!
like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Blow away!
Ready and ready. I'll smash you.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
I'll heal you all.
In a bind.
Hold
You're
on to your
mine.
arc. Healing. Here I come.
Raining slash!
Back into the fray.
Hurricane
Lightning.
Look shot! Blow away! You picked the wrong fight!
Shield and burn. Flame of fear.
Blow away!
Meteor.
Raining slash! Blow away!
Divide.
Shield, leave the
Take
charges to me.
Healing with the marksman
Raining
handle
Switch
this.
to offense. That'll bring you down.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Raining
Blow away.
First aid!
Waterfall. Freeze land.
Here,
Take this. Look sharp. In a bind.
here, let me
Take
help.
this.
Hang on.
I can carve through armor.
Not today!
Blazing storm.
Raining slash! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Looks like it could be worth something. I have a bad feeling about this.
Come on, come on! Run the shot!
Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Now my clothes will ruin.
Hold on to your arc. Water. Here I come.
On guard.
Take this! It's over!
Look sharp.
Here, let me help.
Blow away!
Here comes Dance in the wind. Glacial fire. My axe dance in the wind. I can hear you, Kizara. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
My turn!
Not by a long shot.
Radiant
Here I come!
Stage waterfall.
Blow away!
Lunar corruption.
Ready and ready.
Air thrust.
It's on!
Now.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
I'll heal you all.
Now!
Tempest.
You picked the wrong fight!
Will this help?
This one's mine.
Lightning
Armor
orb.
won't save you.
Raining slash! Blow away!
Where are you going? Tiger Blade.
Raining slash! Blow away!
Shield and
You pay for
Burn
that!
up. Back into the
Raining
fray.
slash!
Hurricane strike. Going in.
Here I come!
I can feel the
Blow
metal.
away! Raining slash!
On guard.
Raining slash! Blow away!
This
Prepare
one's
to be
mine.
sealed. Can't get out of this.
On guard.
Take this! Blow away! Burn it hell!
Tiger Blade. Hurricane
Take this!
strike. Going in.
Blow away! Raining slash!
Hurricane strike. On guard.
Armor won't save you.
This isn't looking good. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Blow away!
I don't even know the word.
feet.
It's over! Raining flash!
Is this it?
This is my fault.
Eat this! Finish without a trace!
Left
care!
Captivity!
Inferno punch!
It's time!
By the power
Can't get out of this!
Raining flash! Eat this!
Blow away!
Oh, what you do?
Begin! Lunar from the wind!
Raining flash! Lunar flash!
Blow away! Abyssal deep! Clear for all path! That frickin' does it! A wall to shield from calamity!
Try harder! My turn! I owe you one! Raining
I'll
flash!
smash you! No!
This one's all
I
mine!
won't give in! I won't give up!
Try
I
harder!
couldn't make it in time.
Burn in hell!
Dark!
Raining smoke!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! So that didn't go as planned.
We must consider well if this is the right path.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No, they appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want.
Be careful!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary soup. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Raining flash!
You require
Tiger Blade!
Can't get out of this!
Searing flame! This one's mine!
Okay, here I come. Take this!
Tiger Blade!
Blow away! Raining flash!
Denied! Here's the evil blow! Arch
Take
Steel!
this!
Free blade!
Its head is its weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
You picked the wrong fight!
Celestial Hammer! Back into the
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
I'll smash you!
This one's mine.
Resurrection!
Take this!
Time
Blow
to
away!
get force! I never miss!
Raining flash!
Raging
Blow away!
Can't get out of this!
Lightning! In here!
Devastation! Stardust!
Annihilation!
You're on!
Look sharp!
Take this! Blow away! Raining flash! Blow away!
Tiger Blade!
Stardust!
I'm going in!
I'm ready. Far enough.
I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight! Can't get out of this!
Here goes! Water! Here
Raining
I come!
flash!
Can't be swallowed! My head's spinning just watching you! Blaze of fear! Here's the evil!
Fearing death! Armor won't save you!
I'll heal you all! In here!
Blade inside me!
Get out
Yours
of there
to
with
be
the
let
others!
free!
Healing circle!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Now we're not... Can't get out of this!
Hurricane between heaven and earth. A wailing now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Excited!
Take this!
Energy!
Blew away!
Look sharp!
Raining flash!
Water! Here I come!
Blew away! Raining flash! Blew away! Raining flash! Here I come!
Shattering the meteor!
Attack line! This one's all mine! Ignite!
Igneous!
Heavy steel! In a bind! Now you see what I can do! Raining slash!
Outstanding form! Will this help?
Explosive ring! Raining slash!
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Searing flame! Reload!
Take this! Can't get out of this!
It looks like we made a mess!
You're finished! You picked the wrong fight!
Look sharp!
Soda!
I never miss!
Devastation!
Look sharp!
Shattering!
Attack time! It's blood!
I can carve through armor! Raining
Their
flash!
arms were interrupted!
Dragon form!
Holy land!
Take it! We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Illuminate the dark! Holy
In a bind?
Holy land! Between heaven
The
and
flame
earth!
inside me, yours to be let free!
Lightning! Here's the
Not
evil!
today!
Lunar power!
Raining flash!
Get out of there!
Blue one, it's gonna attack!
Be right! Watch out!
Blue escape!
Thunder pain!
Raining
Leave
flash!
us stand! Between heaven and earth!
Leave the charges for me!
A whirling banshee of lightning!
Showtime!
Freeze hurricane frost! In here!
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alphen. We'll take point here.
Thanks.
I'll bring you back
Sorry
from
to impose on
death.
you like this.
More with that resuscitation!
Not done yet!
Sleep now!
In a bind?
Get out of there together!
Soda!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Whoa! Hey! One at a time! Who cares?
Be on a chair!
Pluto!
Stay away from my friends!
Train harder!
Raining slash!
It looks like we made a mess!
Raining slash!
Hurricane
Blew
strike!
away! Soda! You're mine! Grant me the strength to march on! This one's all mine!
Hurricane
Lion heart! Here I come!
Just to
Soda! Talon storm!
Look sharp!
A wall to shield us!
Not like this!
Take this! Demon lash! Armor won't save you! Evil ray! Soda! It's in your hands now. Talon hurricane! You're finished! Burn! I'm just getting started! Take this! Soda! Savage roll! Devastation! Talon storm! It's over! All finished!
Ready to go!
Here comes something big!
Try to die!
Yes, Soda!
Resuscitation! I'll heal you all!
Oh, can't get out of this! Soda! You picked the wrong fight!
Do it!
In an instant! Impact block! The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all...
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the...
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all... Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners?
I'm merely...
That's absolutely gruesome.
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get it...
We're not gonna jump down.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zoogl's
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're...
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zoogles...
You mean, there might have...
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
The astral energy here is so dense.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, so doesn't that mean we're already...
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further...
What's the matter, Rinwell?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will, and it's almost as though...
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we...
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear?
Rinwell!
What just happened?
Are you all right, Rinwell?
And your goal is to make them one. Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, exactly. Originally, but that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great...
What do you mean, one world?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great... The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's...
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can...
The Great Spirit is... But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more...
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, at the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound...
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is... And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, be trying to save themselves...
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet just something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit does those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy...
In that case, is that why her thorns cause so much pain to anyone who...
If that's all true, then...
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganqu...
Shion...
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong...
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves.
To think, all this started... The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think of...
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked...
It's like Hevrect 35 told us. The Danon and Renan...
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say.
Dichotomy?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's Great Spirit grew...
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
I'm not done!
Confiscated!
Try harder!
Hurricane here!
Let's shot! I'll take you all on!
Hurricane
Take this! It's over!
You require help.
Hurricane
It's on!
Come forth and heal its security!
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Slap the shot!
I'm all stuffed up!
Take this!
Now! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! Not a chance! Slap the shot!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Molotov!
Take this! It's over! Slap the shot!
Vanquish darkness! Far enough!
Slap the shot!
How about this?
You're mine!
Armor won't save you! Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Well done! Hurricane
Slap the shot!
This one's mine! Shield
Now or
and
never.
race! Hurricane now!
All yours, Kisara.
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
bad feeling about this.
You picked the wrong fight!
Lunar Heart! I'll shoot them out of the sky! Inferno! I never fit! Purge Malevolent! Go for the weak point!
You're mine!
Freeze Lancer!
Raining
Dance in the wind! Finish without a trace!
Try harder! Not a chance!
None shall escape my below! Wind Astral Energy!
Look sharp! Dragon Floor! It's too much!
Gale Force!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
In a vine?
Radiant Light!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Radiant Flash!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Instant!
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy Land!
You're mine!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Glacial away!
A wailing turbulent lightning!
Blew away!
Field!
Radiant Flash!
This way! Mega Red!
Try harder! Take this! Radiant Flash!
Annihilation! Hurricane Strike! On guard! Fantastic!
Now my clothes are ruined.
That'll bring you down!
Now or never! Take this!
Holy
In a vine?
Holy Land! Here
Blew away!
Lunar Blast!
Radiant Flash!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Gotta break through! Take this!
Not like this!
Stay away from my friend! Not today!
Into the shadows! Shooting star!
Blew away! Radiant Flash!
Sleep now!
Blew away!
Get on
Radiant Flash!
Uplift Thirst! More where that came from! Gravitas Field! Oh, sparkling fire! Power Flame!
Radiant Flash! Blew away!
Tempest Swirl! Here's the evil! Celestial Hammer! Freeze Limp!
The enemy wields arts too. No
You'll
further!
soon see about that! Searing Flame! Reload! I'm ready! Energy!
Take this!
I'll
blind you with the smash you! The flaring fire is yours! Will be light free!
Eat dirt!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Illuminate the
Radiant
dark!
Flash!
Freeze Limp! Dream!
Radiant Flash! Blew away! You'll pay for that!
Annihilation! Searing Flame! Wailing Beauty of Light! Divine Again to the wind! Air Thrust!
Try harder!
Do it now!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
We're in for a long slog with this one. Not like this.
You'll pay for that!
Instant! Oh, it'll body slam us into next week!
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Come one, come all!
That'll bring you down. Prepare to be fall back. I'll hold him off. Serious? Wait, is this a joke? I let my guard down.
You'll pay for that!
Here goes! Divine Streak! The wise warrior knows when to call it quits.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?